mendampingi Anda meninggalkan gedung menuju area aman.
Benih adalah awal dari segala kehidupan.
Kampus terbaik, inspirasi, tebarkan harapan. Kampus terbaik, inovasi, wujudkan impian. Kampus terbaik, integritas, kuatkan tujuan. Kampus terbaik, beri terbaik untuk negeri, untuk dunia, umat manusia dan alam semesta. Mari bersama hadirkan masa depan dalam langkah dan pikiran agar selalu terdepan, berbekal ilmu dan jiwa pengabdian. Deras arus zaman takkan tertahan, majulah melangkah, oh majulah. Kampus terbaik, inspirasi, tebarkan harapan. Kampus terbaik, inovasi, wujudkan impian. Kampus terbaik, integritas, kuatkan tujuan. Kampus terbaik, beri terbaik untuk negeri, untuk dunia, umat manusia dan alam semesta. Mari bersama hadirkan masa depan dalam langkah dan pikiran agar selalu terdepan, berbekal ilmu dan jiwa pengabdian. Deras arus zaman takkan tertahan, majulah melangkah, oh majulah. Terus berpacu dalam keunggulan, lincah pembelajar untuk kehidupan. Inilah semangat baru, tekad raih kesempatan, wujudkan kampus terbaik selamanya. Mari bersama hadirkan masa depan dalam langkah dan pikiran agar selalu terdepan, berbekal ilmu dan jiwa pengabdian. Deras arus zaman takkan tertahan, majulah melangkah. Mari bersama hadirkan masa depan dalam langkah dan pikiran agar selalu terdepan, berbekal ilmu dan jiwa pengabdian. Deras arus zaman takkan tertahan, majulah melangkah, oh majulah. Wujudkan kampus terbaik selamanya. Wujudkan kampus terbaik selamanya. Wujudkan kampus terbaik selamanya. Wujudkan kampus terbaik selamanya.
IPB University is transforming into an excellent higher education institution in agriculture, marine, and tropical biosciences. We are committed to strengthen the nation's dignity. We continue to move forward and become a leading university in Indonesia. Not only at the national level, we continue to challenge ourselves to be the best at the global level, and has been consistently increasing our global rank. IPB University has faculties and schools that offer various programs to create a generation of excellence. To provide quality education and the best learning experience, IPB University pursues to advance both national and international accreditation and certification. Listed as the most prospective contributor of innovation in Indonesia, IPB University has research centers that facilitate research in various fields. By innovating perpetually, we can elaborate a sustainable quality of life. IPB University has registered hundreds of innovations, and the number just keeps growing. We breed youth entrepreneurs that drive the nation's independence in the future. IPB University contributes to build society by working with communities in various regions in Indonesia. We are aware of the magnitude of collaboration in fostering innovative mindset to continue growing and developing. IPB University have and will continue to collaborate with diverse partners domestically and globally. IPB University continually contribute at the global level, immersed in consorts of international research and education development. IPB University is committed to continue to grow, brighten the nation's future through innovation. IPB University, inspiring innovation with integrity.
Sini aku bahagia, berbagi cerita penuh makna, bersama dalam menuntut ilmu. Di Gunadarma kita telah bertemu. Jadilah mahasiswamu, ku berikan yang terbaik untukmu. Gapai mimpi dan baktikan dharmaku, Gunadarma untuk Indonesia. Satu dalam asa, warnai dunia, raihlah semua angan dan
Welcome to Professor Dr. Denny, Professor Yanda, and Pak Teguh Hedo to our APFITA.
Gunadarma untuk Indonesia. Hangat cintamu di setiap waktu, kan ku ingat sepanjang hidupku.
Ladies and gentlemen, our event will start soon. So for everyone that's still outside, please come join us in our main room. And also for all of the committee, I ask for your company to help our participants to attend our APFITA event in our main room. Ladies and gentlemen, Asia Pacific Federation for Information Technology in Agriculture Conference APFITA 2025 will start. To begin our program, we will kindly ask everyone to take their seat as we prepare for our opening session.
Selamat datang di IPB International Convention Center Bogor. Terima kasih telah memilih kami sebagai venue, meeting, dan event Anda. Saat ini Anda berada di lantai 1, yaitu satu lantai di atas lobi. Sebagai prosedur keamanan, gedung ini dilengkapi dengan fire protection, smoke detector, sprinkle, hydrant, dan tangga darurat. Tangga darurat terletak di sisi selatan dan utara gedung. Assembly point terletak di depan gedung, tepatnya di lobi mall. Bila Anda mendengar alarm, tetap tenang dan jangan panik. Kami akan menyampaikan melalui speaker yang terletak di seluruh area ballroom. Staf emergency kami akan mendampingi Anda meninggalkan gedung menuju area aman.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera, Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, Salam Kebajikan. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, distinguished speakers, and all participants of APFITA 2025. Welcome to the Asia Pacific Federation for Information Technology in Agriculture APFITA 2025 Conference under the theme Innovative Digital Technology for Global and Sustainable Agro-Maritime Industry. Proudly hosted by IPB University in collaboration with Universitas Gunadarma and Indonesian Agriculture Informatic Association HIPI at the IPB International Conference. Please allow me to share Linda to guide you today as the master of ceremony. It is a pleasure to have you all here today for a a full day of insightful presentation, discussion, and collaboration. The Honorable Rector of IPB University are the representative, Rector of Gunadarma University are the representative, organizing committee, our distinguished speakers, distinguished guests, respected colleagues, and our proud participants, both those who are present on site here at IPB International Convention Center and those watching through UGTV, Brain, and Forum Wacana IPB University YouTube channel. This conference serves as a platform for scholars, practitioners, and policymakers to share knowledge, exchange ideas, and foster collaboration in advancing sustainable agro-industry in this digital transformation era. We also would like to express our sincere appreciation to Lembaga Pengelola Padana Pendidikan LPDP, Dikti Saintek Berdampak, our co-host, Universitas Gunadarma, Himpunan Informatika Pertanian Indonesia (HIPI), our sponsors, Bank Rakyat Indonesia, PT Indofood Sukses Makmur, PT Aktuator Cipta Cendekia, PT Perori Digital Security, PT Indonesia Blockchain Persada, and also our supporter, Ministry of Agriculture, Universitas Pajajaran, Telkom University, Universitas Muhammadiyah Bandung, Kabinet Resilient FW IPB University, Division of Industrial Application Business Department of Industrial Technology IPB University. Ladies and gentlemen, we would like to inform to all of the participants that you are welcome to document today's activities and share them on Instagram. Please use @your feature available on the official APFITA 2025 Instagram account. Don't forget to tag us and spread the excitement of this event. To begin today's program, we kindly invite you to watch the profile of Brain IPB University and HIPI. Please enjoy.
Association, HIPPY, is a national organization that serves as a center of collaboration among academics, researchers, practitioners, industry professionals, and the younger generation in developing informatics technology for Indonesian agriculture. HIPPY acts as a bridge that connects the challenges of modern agriculture with the vast potential of digital innovation. Under the leadership of the chairman of HIPPY, Professor Yandra Arkaman, a prominent figure and expert in agricultural technology, HIPPY continues to accelerate digital transformation in the agro-maritime and national agricultural sectors. With a strong vision, HIPPY is guiding Indonesia toward an era of smart agriculture, powered by data, sensors, IoT, artificial intelligence, and blockchain technology. Through national seminars, digital technology workshops, collaborative research, and community engagement programs, HIPPY is committed to delivering real solutions to enhance productivity, efficiency, and sustainability. With a spirit of collaboration, innovation, and commitment to sustainability, HIPPY believes that the future of Indonesian agriculture can become smarter, more modern, and globally competitive. Indonesian Agriculture Informatics Association, HIPPY. Together, we build the agriculture of the future.
Please give applause for Brain and HIPPY. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. We will now sing the Indonesian anthem, Indonesia Raya, followed by EPB University hymn. We kindly request everyone on site to stand. And for those who are joining us via UGTV or YouTube, please take a respectful position. Thank you. Please be seated. To begin today's event with blessing, we will now have an opening prayers led by Dr. Bonang Waspawadadi Ligar, SSE, MMSE. Dr. Bonang, the floor is yours.
Greetings, Your Excellencies, honorable organizers, distinguished speakers, esteemed delegates, ladies and gentlemen. Let us begin this conference by taking a moment for reflection and prayer. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
May the peace, mercy, and blessings of Allah, the God Almighty, be with you. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. In the name of Allah, the most gracious, the most merciful. Alhamdulillahi Rabbil Alameen. Wassalatu wassalamu ala ashrafil anbiya'i wal mursalin. Wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in. All praise is due to Allah, the Lord of all worlds. May peace and blessings be upon the noblest of prophets and messengers, Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, to his family and all his companions. O Lord, the most compassionate, we stand before you today, a gathering of minds and hearts from across the globe, at the 15th International Conference of Asia-Pacific Federation for Information Technology in Agriculture 2025. We thank you for bringing us together safely in this warm and welcoming nation of Indonesia. We thank you for our safe arrival and the opportunity to assemble here, to share knowledge, to foster understanding, and to build connections. O Allah, the All-Knowing, grant us the clarity to think, the wisdom to speak, and the sincerity to listen. Rabbana zidna ilman warzuqna fahman. O Lord, increase us in knowledge and grant us understanding. Rabbi shrah li sadri wa yassir li amri wahlul uqdatam min lisani yafqahu qawli. O Lord, expand our chests, ease our tasks, and untie the knots from our tongues that they may understand our speech. O Allah, the all-accepting, bless this event, bless its organizers, and bless all who participate. Grant us a productive conference and a safe return to our homes. Rabbana atina fid dunya hasanah wa fil akhirati hasanah wa qina adzabannar. Our Lord, grant us good in this world and good in the hereafter, and protect us from the torment of the fire. Rabbana taqabbal minna innaka antas sami'ul alim. Our Lord, please accept this prayer from us. You are the all-hearing and the all-knowing. Amin, amin, ya Rabbal Alamin. Wassalamu alaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you, Dr. Bonang. Ladies and gentlemen, before moving to our opening remarks, we will enjoy a traditional Indonesian cultural performance. The dance you are about to see is tari piring or the plate dance, originating from Minangkabau in West Sumatra. Traditionally performed to celebrate a bountiful harvest, this dance symbolizes gratitude, equality, and harmony between humans and nature. The dancer moved gracefully while balancing plate, showcasing both artistic beauty and remarkable dexterity. Please welcome our performance, Tari Piring. Please give applause to Tari Piring. Ladies and gentlemen, we now invite the chairman of APFITA 2025, Professor Yandra Arkeman, to deliver the opening address. Professor Yandra Arkeman, the floor is yours.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning,
Good morning.
everybody, to all participants attending this conference. First of all, I would like to say welcome to Bogor. Yeah. I'm grateful that this important conference can be held today. The decision about to hold this conference today is quite unique. Yeah. I'm telling you a little bit story. It was originally scheduled for 2026 in Taiwan, but between them, yeah, I want to attract people to come to Indonesia. So it was agreed by the board members, not longer than 1 year, about 1 year we can hold this conference. Alhamdulillah Rabbil Alamin, we can hold this conference in Bogor with only 1 year, 1 year preparation. So I would like to say thank you for, first of all, to the APFITA board member that support this conference. Okay, here with us today is Pak Denny Noviana, our Vice Rector. Thank you, Pak, to come here. Also, Pak Hairu Rahayu, TB Hairu Rahayu, as the representative for Ministry of Fisheries and Fisheries, Ministry of Fisheries, and also for to Pak Dwi Sutoro, Sutoro from ID Food, and also others prominent guests that have already attended this conference. Before this APFITA, actually we have already conducted 5 pre-APFITA webinar successfully with the support from all APFITA board members. Today, this conference was attended by at least 70 participants with full papers and approximately 30 other participants. I hope this conference is a success, and afterward I would like to give about 7-minute presentation on the application of AI and blockchain to improve the competitiveness and efficiency of agro-maritime industry in Indonesia. The slide. Okay, waiting, Next. So I would like to give you, I promise not to give more than 10 minutes because we are waiting for the Pak Rector speech, So this is actually the brain actually is under IPB University, directly under the rector of IPB University. And brain actually is not only covering what we call the agro-maritime, maybe 60 to 60% is about agro-maritime, but also as you can see here, brain also covering business, health, industry, natural science, natural medicine, social and humanity, even maybe in the future, politics, religion, and so on. So others topic. So the tools developed in brains is, as you can see here, in the group of Industry 4.0 or 5.0, still here, including AI, artificial intelligence, and their variants like agentic AI, physical AI, artificial general intelligence, and so on, blockchain technology, robotics, IoT or AIoT, and also big data analytics, and even we are now beginning to conduct research in the area of quantum computation. Next. Oh, this one here, can you see? Okay. So as we know, our key challenge in the agro-maritime industry, agriculture and agro-maritime industry, can be first data and informations. Data information, can you see, is very limited. And number 2 is long and non-transparent supply chain, very long, non-efficient. Number 3 is, I can say that price fluctuations, and also what we call the what we can say about markets access. And number 4 is long and non-transparent supply chains. So to face this limitation, to face these challenges, we need the tools. So brains actually developing the tools to, face all these challenges. So the tools brains developing is under the umbrella of Industry 4.0 and Industry 5.0, and even beyond the new emerging technology. So the role of AI and blockchain, you can see in the agro-maritime industry in the future, can be, as you can see, can be the roles of AI can be, as we can see here, ensuring the role of blockchain, ensuring the accuracy, yeah, also efficiency, and the role of AI is to increase the precision, increase the smartness of the tools, and increase the new technology. And combination of AI and blockchain will be now is very important. AI plus blockchain could be what we call the smart blockchain, or blockchain plus AI could be what we call the distributed AI. So there are two kind of combinations: smart blockchain and distributed AI. Both of these, technologies is very important in today's economy. So of course, impact of on the competitiveness will be increasing efficiency, increasing the competitiveness, and also supporting social and environmental sustainability. So I am now would like for maybe 2 minutes or 3 minutes more to show you our ongoing research in brain in the area of blockchain and artificial intelligence. You can see here we have that because in the area of AI, we use AI for price prediction, for volume prediction. We use AI for identification of plant disease. We use AI for even in the area of what we call the finance. We use all this technology to improve. Again, I said not only in the area of Agro-Maritime fisheries for fish identification. We use AI for fish identifications. We use AI even, we are going to use AI with a collaboration with the Pittsburgh University in USA in health and natural medicine. So what about blockchain? We use blockchain first to increase the efficiency of supply chain. We have a project at Ministry of Finance to make a blockchain for delivery order that already been distributed, already used in the ministry, with the technological readiness level 8 to 9. Yes, it's very commercial already. And also we use blockchain for halal supply chain to trace the halalness, not only the quality of the product, agro-industrial product, but also include the halalness of the product. We use blockchain also in the area of CPO traceability, horticulture traceability, and so on and so on. This is actually some of the project that now is conducting in our research centers. So, as I promised, not more than 10 minutes. Okay, thank you very much for your attention. This is actually our partners, a lot of partners, including APFITA, including University of Tokyo, for example, University of Taiwan, will be our partners in the future. So hopefully by conducting this conference brings collaboration not only with national body, national ministry, also with international institution. Thank you very much again. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much, Professor Yanda, for your opening speech. Now we are invite our General Secretary of APFITA 2024, Professor Okayasu Takashi, to deliver his welcome remarks. To Professor Okayasu Takashi, the floor is yours.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen.
Good morning.
Attending APFITA 2025. being held in Bogor, Indonesia. I am Takashi Okayas from Kyushu University, and I served as the General Secretary of APFITA 2024 in Tsukuba, Japan last year. I will reading the APFITA President's message on behalf of Professor Takaharu Kameoka, who was unable to attend this conference due to other commitment. Distinguished guests, esteemed colleagues, and dear friends. Good morning and welcome to the 15th International Conference of the Asia Pacific Federation for International Information Technology in Agriculture, APFITA 2025. It is my great honor to address you as President of APFITA. On behalf of our Federation, I extend our warmth greeting to all participants who traveled across the Asia-Pacific region and beyond from Australia, Japan, Kazakhstan, Taiwan, India, Malaysia, Indonesia, and many other nations to join us here in Bogor. Your presence here today is presenting the rich diversity of our region embodies the collaborative spirit that has defined APFITA since the founding. I would like to begin by expressing our profound gratitude to the Indonesian Organization Committee led by Professor Yandra Keman and to IPB University for their exceptional hospitality and meticulous preparation in hosting this important gathering. Indonesia, with its rich agriculture, agriculture heritage, vast archipelagic geography, and dynamic maritime economy provides an inspiring the context for our discussions on the convergence of digital technology with agro-maritime sector, not merely our venue. This year's conference theme, Innovative Digital Technology for Global and Sustainable Agro-Maritime Industry, represents a significant evolution in our Federation's scopes and visions. The integration of agriculture and maritime industries reflects the reality that our food systems extend far beyond territorial boundaries. Fisheries and agriculture, combined with traditional agriculture, form an interconnected network that sustained billions of people in our region. Addressing these sectors together under a sustainable framework acknowledge their complementary nature and shared technological acknowledges their complementary nature and shared technological solutions that can enhance both while presenting our natural resources for future generations. The Asia-Pacific region remains at the heart of global food security, challenges and opportunities, with the world's population projected to surpass 10 billion by 2050. Our region, home to more than half of humanity, must continue to innovate and adapt. We must meet growing food demands while addressing climate change, resource constraints, and need for sustainable practices. Digital technologies offer transformative potential in this critical endeavor, from precision agriculture and smart aquaculture to blockchain and enabled traceability and AI-driven predictive modeling. These innovations are reshaping the way we produce, process, and distribute and consume food. This conference's objective, presenting the latest ICT developments, strengthening international collaboration, facilitating policy dialogue on digital transformation, promoting scientific publication, and disseminating research that addressed global food challenges, represent our comprehensive approach to the complex issues facing our agro-maritime industries. These are not isolated technical challenges, but rather interconnected elements of food systems that required collaborative interdisciplinary solutions. Since its founding is Wakayama in 1998, APFITA has served as a vital platform for bringing together researchers, practitioners, policymakers, and industry leaders to share the knowledge and forge partnership. When we evolved from APFITA, this is the previous name, to APFITA in 2018, we expanded our geographic and conceptual scope to enhance the Pacific region. However, our core mission has remained steadfast to harness the power of information technology to advance agricultural development and food security in our region. Over the next 3 days, this conference will bring together approximately 150 participants representing a wide range of expertise and experience in our field. I encourage each of you to engage deeply in the presentation and discussions, share your insight openly, and forge new collaborations. That honorary speakers are prominent researchers, and parallel sessions promise in rich exchanges of knowledge and ideas. I am particularly pleased to announce that Professor Ninomiya from Japan will conduct a special session on plant phenotyping to establish the Pacific region, Asia-Pacific region plant phenotyping network. This initiative exemplifies the regional collaboration APFITA was founded to foster. I encouraged all interested participants to actively engage in the important session. The connection made here, the knowledge exchange and the partnership formed have the potential to share the future of the food system across the Asia-Pacific region and beyond. I would like to acknowledge the rapid pace of the technological change that we are witnessing. Artificial intelligence, the Internet of Things, IoT, big data analytics, and other emerging technologies are creating unprecedented opportunity for agriculture and maritime innovation. However, we must remember that technology alone is not sufficient. These advances must be accessible, appropriate, and beneficial to all stakeholders, particularly the smallholders, farmers, and fishers who form the backbone of our food systems. Our pursuit of innovation must be guided by the principles of inclusiveness, sustainability, and social responsibility. As we gather here in Bogor, we carry forward the legacy of previous APFITA conferences and the contributions of our members over the past 27 years. Each conference has built upon the achievement of those before it, creating a cumulative body of knowledge and a growing network of collaboration. This 15th conference is more than just a milestone. It is a stepping stone towards even greater achievement in the year ahead. Let us approach this conference with open mind, collaborative spirits, and shared commitment to leveraging the digital innovation to improve our agro-maritime industries and the community they serve. Together, we can build more resilient, efficient, and sustainable food systems, not just for generation, but for those who will follow. I wish you all a productive and inspiring APFITA 2025 conference. May the discussions we have, the friendship we form, and the idea we exchange during these 3 days contribute meaningfully to move more food security and sustainable future for our region and network, world. Thank you, and please enjoy this conference, 3 days. Professor Takaharu Kameoka, President of the Asia Pacific Federation for Information Technology in Agriculture, APFITA. Thank you very much. Terima kasih.
Thank you very much. Terima kasih, Professor Okayasu Takashi. We now invite the Vice Rector of IPB University, Professor Denny Donviana, to deliver his welcome address and opening this event officially. Professor Denny, the floor is yours.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Very good morning and very warm welcome to you all. the Honorable President of APFITA, Professor Takaharu Kameoka, respected the Chairman of APFITA, Professor Yandra, Bapak Hairul, Pak Dwi Sutoro, distinguished honorary and prominent speakers, and representative from the government institution, universities, research centers, industries, and organizations, all participants, ladies and gentlemen. It is both an honor and a genuine pleasure to welcome you to the beautiful campus of IPB University for the APFITA 2025. To see so many brilliant minds, researchers, policymakers, industry leaders, and practitioners gather here both in person and from across the globe is truly inspiring. On behalf of IPB University, thank you for being here. As a leading agricultural university in Indonesia, we at IPB University feel a profound responsibility to host this crucial gathering. Our commitment to pioneering smart and digital agriculture is perfectly aligned with the very vision of APFITA, making this partnership a natural and strategic one. Now, for many of us in this room, APFITA is a familiar community, but its story is worth remembering. It began in 1998 as APFITA, a spark of an idea, and like any living things, it has grown and evolved. In 2018, that evolution was marked by a simple but significant change. The A for Asia became Asia Pacific. This was not just a name change. It was a declaration of a broader mission, wider community, and a more ambitious vision that we are all a part of today. And what is that vision? It's built on a powerful triad of values that you feel throughout this conference. First, our global community. We are not just a collection of names on a list. We are a vibrant network of thinkers and doors from every corner of the world, united by a single crucial mission to elevate agriculture through knowledge and technology. Second, our academic spirit. This is a platform for true interdisciplinary dialogue, where an engineering can learn from the ecologist and a data scientist can be inspired by a farmer. It's where ideas are tested, published, and sharpened, contributing to our shared repository of knowledge. And third, the drive for innovation. We are here not just to talk about technology, but to forge it into practical tools that solve real problems for the people who feed our nation. Ladies and gentlemen, we all know that agriculture is the bedrock of our societies, but the ground is shifting beneath our feet. Climate uncertainty, food security, sustainable resource management, these are not just future challenges, they are here now. And they demand from us not just incremental steps, but transformative leaps. This is where our work in digital agriculture moves from the laboratory to the lifeline. The technology we will discuss here, AI, smart sensors, robotic, blockchains, they are no longer science fiction concepts. They are the very practical keys to helping a farmer predict a pest outbreak, to ensuring a consumer knows their food is safe, and to helping a nation manage its resources wisely. So, as we begin this important discussion, I want to speak directly to the different groups in this room. To our researchers, your curiosity lights the way. Keep asking the difficult question. To our farmers and practitioners, your boots on the ground experience is our most valuable reality check. Keep us honest. To our policymaker industry partners, your vision and courage turn our ideas into system-wide change. And to our students and young innovators, you are the very most important people here. You are the future stewards on this intelligent, sustainable agriculture we are building. Watch, learn, and then challenge us. Progress is not a solo endeavor. It's a chorus of collaboration. It's built in forums like this, through open dialogue and shared commitment to ensure that the benefits of technology reach everyone, from the smallest family farm to the largest global supply chain. I'm filled with confidence that this gathering, APFITA 2025 will be a catalyst for new ideas, for stronger partnership, and for tangible impact that will resonate across our region and the world. With that, it's my great privilege to officially declare APFITA 2025 open. Let our discussion be lively, our collaboration be enduring, and our shared vision for a smarter, more resilient agriculture future continue to grow. Thank you, and I wish you all a profoundly successful and enlightening conference. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you so much, Professor Denny. So, ladies and gentlemen, Professor Denny has just arrived from Japan at 7 o'clock at the airport and come to our event. So, please give applause once again for Professor Denny. Thank you so much, Professor Denny, for your coming. Ladies and gentlemen, we will now move to the transition of honorary speaker session. Ladies and gentlemen, for the first speaker of our honorary session, we will invite Dr. TB Hairul Rahayu, API MSc. Please welcome Dr. TB Hairul Rahayu, API MSc. The floor is yours.
Very good morning to all of you. Excellencies, Vice Rector, Pak Denny, Excellencies, Pak Propriandri, Excellencies, Mr. Professor Okayasu Takashi, esteemed delegate, speakers, sponsor, student, and ladies and gentlemen. Again, I would like to say good morning, distinguished participant of the 15th APFITA conference. It is an honor for me, on behalf of the Ministry of Marine Affairs and Fisheries, to present Indonesia's commitment to implementing a blue economy, harnessing marine innovation, and through digital technology. As the global population approaches 9.7 billion by 2050, the world will face a 70% rise in protein demand. In Indonesia alone, our population is expected to increase by 22%, adding more than 21 million tons of annual protein needs. However, land-based food system will not be able to meet this growing demand, urging us to explore new sustainable sources, particularly from the ocean. Blue economy, our food derived from aquatic environment, offer a path forward. It provides complete nutrition, is rich in protein and essential mineral, and can be produced sustainably. Aquatic food system can reduce malnutrition, improve welfare for 140 million coastal residents, and serve as a key solution to global hunger. Ladies and gentlemen, blue food contributes far beyond nutrition. It supports over 3 billion people's daily diet and sustain more than 800 million households worldwide. Compared with land-based livestock, it produces less carbon, offer higher protein retention, and support livelihood that depend on healthy ocean. Fish and shrimp are among the richest protein sources, nearly double that of beef or eggs. This demonstrates how seafood can be both nutritious and efficient, reinforcing its importance for future food security. In Indonesia, fish is already the primary source of animal protein. From 2020 to 2023, fish consumption averaged 25 kilograms per capita, far higher than chicken, beef, or egg. This trend underscores the central role of fisheries in our nation diet and economy. Our fisheries production remains stable at 20 to 25 million tons per year, including both capture and aquaculture sectors. Seaweed contributes about 9.7 million tons annually, while capture fisheries and aquaculture account for 7.4 and 5.6 million tons, respectively. This balance shows how aquaculture complements our traditional capture sectors. Globally, aquaculture continues to expand, led by countries such as China, Indonesia, India, and Vietnam. Indonesia proudly ranks among the world top producer, reflecting our strong potential for sustainable growth in this industry. Indonesia is the world's largest archipelagic nation, home to more than 17,000 islands and more than 8,500 marine species. Our sustainable fisheries potential exceeds 12 million tons per year, and our aquaculture potential is more than 50 million tons. Additionally, our seas store more than 188 million tons of blue carbon potential. This is very critical in addressing climate change. Yet, our ocean face multiple global threats, such as overfishing, marine pollution, habitat loss, weak governance, and climate change. These interconnected challenges jeopardize sustainability and require collective global action to restore ocean health. Ladies and gentlemen, to achieve our nation vision of Golden Indonesia 2045, we align our development goals with 8 national missions, including advancing the blue economy, strengthening food security, and improving human resources by 2045. We target 8% economic growth and 0% poverty. This is a very ambitious our target. Out of 17 national priority programs, 10 directly relate to the marine and fisheries sector. These include food and energy, security, poverty eradication, digital transformation, micro, small, and medium enterprises empowerment, and industrial downstreaming, all integral to our ministry's works. Our blue economy approach balances protection and productivity. We aim to protect the ocean, reduce harmful fishing, preserve marine ecosystem, and strengthen sustainable aquaculture, ensuring that development and conservation go hand in hand. Currently, 29 6.9 million hectares. 9% of Indonesia's seas are under protection. By 2045, we target 97.5 million hectares or 30% of marine areas that will enhance carbon sequestration, oxygen production, and sustainability of high-value fish stock. Ladies and gentlemen, this map illustrates the 6 fishery management areas prioritized for conservation expansion. By 2045, every zone will see significant growth from Zone 1 in the South China Sea to Zone 6 around Sulawesi and Maluku, totaling nearly 100 billion hectares of protected waters. Our flagship Lautra, Lautan untuk Kesejahteraan, integrate community empowerment with advanced ocean monitoring. Pilot project we do now in Sabu Raijua and Gili Matra show how modern tools from satellite to drones enhance conservation while increasing local productivity and income. With the digital mapping, patrol, and real-time surveillance through our integrated maritime intelligence platform, we ensure that conservation areas are effectively managed, transparent, and sustainable. Measure fishing regulate catch volume scientifically to maintain fish stock. We are implementing 6 quota zones, modernizing fleets and ports, and strengthening fisher welfare, ensuring fishing is legal, reported, and sustainable. To empower coastal communities, we are developing 100 Kampung Nelayan Merah Putih or red and white fishing villages by 2025. Each site receive investment in infrastructure, training, cooperative, and entrepreneurship, generating job and rising income. This map shows the distribution of Kampung Nelayan Merah Putih location across Indonesia, with phase 1 ready for operation and phase 2 under the development. As information for you, this year, Pak Rector, we now built a 65, it is already being constructed, and 35 Kampung Nelayan will be started December until next year. Ladies and gentlemen, at a Sambar Binyeri village in Papua, this is a good example. Inaugurated by Mr. President Joko Widodo, infrastructure development has doubled fishermen income from 3 to 6 million rupiah per month. A clear example how investment transform livelihood. Since 2024, Sambar Binyeri, Kampung Nelayan Modern, has shipped 199 tons of fish to domestic markets, worth over 3.3 billion rupiah or $200,000 US. This demonstrates that even remote coastal villages can connect effectively to national supply chains. We are upgrading 14 major fishing ports nationwide to boost fish landing capacity, processing unit, and public services. This will increase non-tax revenue, employment, and the competitiveness of Indonesia fisheries sectors. Under 2025 until 2029 plan, 1,000 new vessels will be built. Distributed across 4 zones, this modernization improve efficiency, optimize fish resources, and support economic growth at the local level. To ensure transparency, we develop electronic penangkapan ikan terukur or APFITA. This implemented in Tual and Aru Island. It integrates all licensing and reporting data, enabling real-time monitoring through satellite-based technology. Our e-logbook makes data collection digital and paperless. It works offline, automatically synchronized online, and integrated with APFITA. Its new AI feature fish face help identify species accurately through image recognition, a step forward in smart fisheries management. Pak Rektor and ladies and gentlemen, aquaculture span almost 18 million hectares of potential area across Indonesia. We prioritize shrimp, seaweed, tilapia, lobster, and crab, focusing on innovation, feed development, and broodstock center to improve efficiency and farmer welfare. Along Java North Coast, we are revitalizing 20,000 hectares of idle pond for tilapia farming. This program is expected to produce more than 1.1 million tons annually and create over 160,000 jobs, boosting national food security. In East Sumba, we are now developing an integrated shrimp farming with upstream and downstream facilities from hatchery to processing plant. This project targeted 52,000 tons per year and 3.4 trillion Indonesian currency in annual value, creating almost 5,000 jobs and rising local revenues. In our tilapia modeling program, mechanization and real-time water monitoring have increased productivity from 6.2 until 80 tons per hectare per cycle. This technology rise export and strengthen farmer welfare, of course. We are establishing 10,000 hectares of sustainable seaweed across eastern of Indonesia. This program will produce 600,000 tons of wet seaweed annually, create 65,000 jobs, and supply key industries like kerajinan and agar. Ladies and gentlemen, with over 17,000 islands and 6.4 million square kilometers of waters, we focus on balanced marine spatial management, and we enhance salt production, strengthen climate resilience, and promote ecotourism to support sustainable coastal communities. To safeguard our marine resources, we are building 10 surveillance vessels and developing a modern monitoring system. This initiative improves safety, boosts non-tax revenue, and ensure effective enforcement in Indonesian waters. Through our PMS, we can track the movement of fishing vessels nationwide in real time, helping detect illegal activities and strengthen management efficiency. To manage a coastal space responsibly, even activity must obtain a marine spatial utilization permit, or in Bahasa we call it KKPRL. Applications are submitted digitally through the Ministry of Marine Affairs and Fisheries integrated online service system, making the process more transparent and efficient. We are expanding and modernizing SAT production in Indramayu, Cirebon, Pati, and Rembang. And the last but not the least in Rotendao by 2027. We target 750,000 tons of production and NaCl purity above 97%, creating 13,000 jobs and reducing import by 2 million tons every year. Ocean pollution is one of our greatest threats. Through the Laut Sehat Bebas Sampah or Sebasa, we aim to cut marine waste by 70%, around 11 million tons by 2029, through collaboration, incentive, and community education. This diagram illustrates how our integrated process prevents waste from rivers, from port and coastal area, from reaching the ocean, addressing microplastic pollution at its source. We are now building an ocean big data infrastructure system that combines satellite, sensors, and AI for real-time monitors. This network supports marine resources management, fisheries tracking, and ecosystem preservation through data-driven decision. The blue economy is a shared responsibility. We work closely with the government agencies, academia like you all here, industries, NGO, investors, and coastal community to ensure that our ocean remain productive and sustainable. Ladies and gentlemen, Indonesia is fully committed to advancing a blue economy that balances prosperity with sustainability. Together with our partners around the world, we believe the future of our planet lies in a healthy, digitally empowered ocean. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Please give applause to Dr. Tebeharu. Dr. Tebeharu, please stay in the stage because this is a token of appreciation. And we'll like honor to Professor Denny as our Vice Director and Professor Yanda to accompany Professor Denny to give the token of appreciation. Can the committee please help us to token of appreciation? Okay, Professor Denny, there's the please give applause. Okay, we will take a picture. Okay, once again, the certificate by Professor Yandra. Please take a picture for the committee. Please give applause to Dr. Tebeharu. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, we will now move to our next honorary speaker, Dias Hendro Priyono, BSc, MA, MTPA. But for the first of all, Mr. Dias sent his apology because he can't come here on site. So we will see the videotaping for Dr. Dias. So please welcome Dias Hendro Priyono, BSc, MA, MTPA.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat pagi, salam sejahtera untuk kita semua. Pertama-tama saya ingin menyampaikan terima kasih atas undangan dari Asia Pacific Federation for Information Technology on Agriculture atau APFITA. Mohon maaf karena saya belum dapat hadir secara langsung di tengah Bapak Ibu sekalian dalam the 5th International Conference of APFITA 2025. Namun, melalui pesan singkat ini, izinkan saya menyampaikan apresiasi yang setinggi-tingginya pada IPB University dan APFITA atas penyelenggaraan forum ini yang mengangkat tema Innovative Digital Technology for Global and Sustainable Agro-Maritime Industry. Tema yang sangat relevan dengan upaya global dan juga komitmen Indonesia dalam mencapai target net zero emissions dan pengurangan emisi yang telah kita komitmenkan dalam Enhanced NDC maupun Second NDC. Bapak Ibu sekalian, kita hidup di sebuah era di mana teknologi informasi menjadi penentu arah pembangunan berkelanjutan. Di sektor pertanian, penerapan Internet of Things, Big Data Analytics, hingga Artificial Intelligence telah membawa sektor pertanian ke arah yang lebih berkelanjutan. Mulai dari pemantauan cuaca secara real time, hingga optimalisasi penggunaan air dan pupuk. Semua itu berkontribusi pada efisiensi produksi, sehingga penggunaan pupuk kimia dapat dikurangi dan emisi N2O dari pupuk dapat ditekan. Dan yang tak kalah penting, teknologi informasi juga berperan dalam mengurangi food loss and food waste, di mana sampah makanan tersebut akan mengeluarkan metana atau CH4 yang memiliki potensi gas rumah kaca 20 sampai 80 kali lebih besar dari karbon dioksida. Kementerian Lingkungan Hidup tentunya sangat mendukung berbagai inisiatif sektor pertanian yang terus memperkuat praktik pertanian yang lebih berkelanjutan dan rendah emisi. Kita beruntung, Presiden kita Pak Prabowo Subianto menaruh perhatian besar terhadap isu perubahan iklim. Pada Oktober lalu, tepatnya tanggal 10, Presiden Prabowo telah mengeluarkan Perpres nomor 110 tahun 2025 tentang penyelenggaraan nilai ekonomi karbon. Perpres ini membuka peluang besar untuk menggerakkan praktik pertanian berkelanjutan, sekaligus meningkatkan kesejahteraan petani melalui perdagangan karbon. Dalam hal ini, pemanfaatan teknologi informasi menjadi sangat penting, misalnya teknologi blockchain, dibutuhkan untuk memastikan traceability dan transparansi dalam perdagangan karbon. Setiap ton karbon yang berhasil dikurangi harus bisa dilacak asal-usulnya, harus bisa diverifikasi dengan akurat, dan terintegrasi dalam sistem registri karbon nasional. Sehingga setiap ton kredit karbon yang dihasilkan di Indonesia memiliki integritas dan kredibilitas yang tinggi. Saya berharap Forum International Conference of APFITA 2025 bisa menelurkan banyak inovasi dan kolaborasi antara ahli pertanian dan teknologi informasi, sehingga target Presiden Prabowo untuk mewujudkan swasembada pangan bisa tercapai sesuai dengan nilai-nilai keberlanjutan dan target pengurangan emisi. Terima kasih. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you, Mr. Dias. Okay, thank you so much for everyone. We will now moving to our group photo session. So I invite everyone to stand up. We will take a photo session from the stage. And for all the speaker, the honorary speaker and the prominent speaker, please come forward to in line in the front line. And please stand up. We will take the picture from here. And please the committee to help us. For all the speaker and the prominent speaker, please come forward in line. Please, to all of the speakers, we can come to the centers and all of our sponsors. Invitation, everyone. Okay, we will take a photograph. Please give your best smile in one. Okay, ready? 1, 2, 3, smile. Okay, once more. 1, 2, 3, smile. Okay, please. So we have in the IPB, we have the sign like this. This is IPB Dikdaya. With your right hand, IPB Dikdaya. Okay, with your right hand. Okay, please give your best smile in 1, 2, 3. Okay, once more. 1, 2, 3. Okay, thank you everyone for our group photo session. Okay, now we will have the coffee break session. It will around 15 minutes. So please enjoy the coffee break session in 15 minutes. Depart. So thank you so much.
Indonesian Agriculture Informatics Association, HIPI, is a national organization that serves as a center of collaboration among academics, researchers, practitioners, industry professionals, and the younger generation in developing informatics technology for Indonesian agriculture. HIPI acts as a bridge that connects the challenges of modern agriculture with the vast potential of digital innovation. Yandra Archimet, a prominent figure and expert in agricultural technology, HIPPY continues to accelerate digital transformation in the agro-maritime and national agricultural sectors. With a strong vision, HIPPY is guiding Indonesia toward an era of smart agriculture, powered by data, sensors, IoT, artificial intelligence, and blockchain technology. Through national seminars, digital technology workshops, collaborative research, and community engagement programs, HIPPY is committed to delivering real solutions to enhance productivity, efficiency, and sustainability. With a spirit of collaboration, innovation, and commitment to sustainability, HIPPY believes that the future of Indonesian agriculture can become smarter, more modern, and globally competitive. Indonesian Agriculture Informatics Association, HIPPY. Together, we build the agriculture of the future.
Segala kehidupan menyimpan potensi tak terbatas. Seperti itulah IPB University. Dari akar genetis ilmu pengetahuan Agro-Maritime dan biosains tropika, kami memahami kehidupan dari mikroskopis hingga ekosistem terluas. Membentuk generasi tangguh, berjiwa solusi. IPB University bukan sekedar nama, melainkan DNA yang menanamkan nilai, pengetahuan, inovasi, solusi, keberlanjutan. Kami adalah Innovation Champion for Sustainable Solutions. Lahir dari kebutuhan fundamental akan akar ilmu pengetahuan untuk menopang kehidupan bangsa, IPB tumbuh dari benih kepeloporan sebagai institusi pertanian terkemuka di Indonesia. Selama puluhan tahun, IPB berkembang, memperluas cakrawala keilmuan dari bidang pertanian hingga ke berbagai bidang keilmuan lainnya, menjawab tantangan masa depan. Sejak awal, IPB University berkomitmen teguh menciptakan nilai berkelanjutan bagi masyarakat dan bangsa. Dan di tengah perkembangan global yang pesat, kami hadir sebagai ruang bersemainya gagasan, inkubator inovasi, dan arena kolaborasi tanpa batas. Berawal dari pendidikan, disinilah benih-benih masa depan disemai. Dari ruang kuliah hingga laboratorium, dari sawah hingga lautan, kami menyiapkan generasi tangguh, berjiwa pemimpin, berwawasan luas, dan berintegritas. Melalui proses pembelajaran yang inovatif, kegiatan kemahasiswaan yang aktif, serta prestasi di berbagai kompetisi, kami menghasilkan lulusan yang siap bersaing dan memberikan solusi nyata untuk dunia. Melalui riset dan inovasi, IPB University terus memperkuat akarnya, mengembangkan diri, dan memperluas cakrawala keilmuan. Di tengah tantangan yang kompleks, seperti krisis pangan, perubahan iklim, hingga masalah sosial. Kami menjawabnya melalui riset dan inovasi yang bermanfaat. Dari riset mutakhir, kami menemukan terobosan di klaster pangan, biomedis, teknologi maju, energi dan lingkungan, hingga sosial ekonomi humaniora. Semua didedikasikan untuk pengembangan pertanian, kelautan, dan biosains tropika. Sebagai pemimpin dalam teknologi pertanian presisi dan bioindustri, riset kami selalu berorientasi pada masa depan. Kami berkolaborasi tak hanya di tingkat lokal, namun juga global, membangun jaringan riset dan inovasi bersama mitra internasional. Lebih dari sekedar kampus, IPB University memberikan solusi berkelanjutan melalui pengabdian pada masyarakat. Kami memastikan ilmu dan inovasi memberi dampak nyata. Dengan pendekatan tekno-sosiopreneur, kami melahirkan pemimpin yang mampu mentransformasi tantangan sosial, ekonomi, dan lingkungan di masa depan. Inovasi kami tak hanya memenuhi kebutuhan dasar, tapi juga membentuk gaya hidup yang lebih baik, cerdas, dan berkelanjutan, menghadirkan solusi dari hulu ke hilir untuk peningkatan kualitas hidup. Setiap mahasiswa IPB University adalah benih inovasi untuk masa depan Indonesia dan dunia. Kami memastikan mereka mampu memajukan ilmu pengetahuan teknologi dan kemanusiaan secara berkelanjutan dengan menumbuhkan ide-ide untuk kehidupan yang selalu berkomitmen menjaga alam. Komitmen kami abadi, menanam bibit unggul, merawat inovasi demi kehidupan yang lebih baik. Bersama IPB University, tanam perubahan, tumbuh solusi, wujudkan masa depan lestari.
Kampus terbaik, inspirasi, tebarkan harapan. Kampus terbaik, inovasi, wujudkan impian. Kampus terbaik, integritas, kuatkan tujuan. Kampus terbaik, beri terbaik untuk negeri, untuk dunia, umat manusia, dan alam semesta. Mari bersama hadirkan masa depan dalam langkah dan pikiran agar selalu terdepan, berbekal ilmu dan jiwa pengabdian. Deras arus zaman takkan tertahan, majulah melangkah, oh majulah.
IPB University is transforming into an excellent higher education institution in agriculture, marine, and tropical biosciences. We are committed to strengthen the nation's dignity. We continue to move forward and become a leading university in Indonesia. Not only at the national level, we continue to challenge ourselves to be the best at the global level, and has been consistently increasing our global rank. IPB University has faculties and schools that offer various programs to create a generation of excellence. To provide quality education and the best learning experience, IPB University pursues to advance both national and international accreditation and certification. Listed as the most prospective contributor of innovation in Indonesia, IPB University has research centers that facilitate research in various fields. By innovating perpetually, we can elaborate a sustainable quality of life. IPB University has registered hundreds of innovations, and the number just keeps growing. We breed youth entrepreneurs that drive the nation's independence in the future. IPB University contributes to build society by working with communities in various regions in Indonesia. We are aware of the magnitude of collaboration in fostering innovative mindset to continue growing and developing. IPB University have and will continue to collaborate with diverse partners domestically and globally. IPB University continually contribute at the global level, immersed in consorts of international research and education development. IPB University is committed to continue to grow, brighten the nation's future through innovation. IPB University, inspiring innovation with integrity.
Di kampus ini aku bahagia, berbagi cerita penuh makna, bersama dalam menuntut ilmu. Di Gunadarma kita telah bertemu. Jadilah diriku mahasiswamu, ku berikan yang terbaik untukmu. Gapai mimpi dan baktikan dharmaku, Gunadarma untuk Indonesia. Satu dalam asa, warnai dunia. Raihlah semua angan dan cita-cita, berjalan bersama dalam satu cinta. Gunadarma untuk Indonesia.
Benih adalah awal dari segala kehidupan. Menyimpan potensi tak terbatas. Seperti itulah IPB University. Dari akar genetis ilmu pengetahuan Agro-Maritime dan biosains tropika, kami memahami kehidupan dari mikroskopis hingga ekosistem terluas. Membentuk generasi tangguh, berjiwa solusi. IPB University bukan sekedar nama, melainkan DNA yang menanamkan nilai, pengetahuan, inovasi, solusi, keberlanjutan. Kami adalah Innovation Champion for Sustainable Solutions. Lahir dari kebutuhan fundamental akan akar ilmu pengetahuan untuk menopang kehidupan bangsa, IPB tumbuh dari benih kepeloporan sebagai institusi pertanian terkemuka di Indonesia.
Yes, ballroom, please join us to this main room. And I also ask the committee to help all of the participants to gather in our room. Once again, I please help me for all of the committee to tell the participant that our session, our prominent session, will start soon. So, for all the participants that are still outside, please come join us in our ballroom. Mr. David, please sit over here. Sit over here. Cheers, sir. Please. Please sit over here. Thank you so much. mulai aja, boleh? Belum ada. Iya itu siapa Pak? Soalnya ini tadi ada yang nggak ikut, jadi salah satu mosquito itu prominent itu mana? Oke baik Pak, terima kasih. Belum. This session soon. Okay, for the first prominent session will be led by Dr. Irman Hermadi, PSD, as the moderator. So, Dr. Irman Hermadi, PSD, the floor is yours.
Okay, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Very good morning, everyone. Nice to see you all. Hopefully you already full and refreshed again after the break. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, now we are going to have prominent speech. So I would like to invite Professor Robert de Souza. And the fourth one, Professor Rianarto Sarno. However, the professor still having a meeting right now, but soon he's going to join us here. For the first speaker, Professor Robert de Souza, please, the floor is yours.
confused.
Okay, good morning.
Oh, you can.
Okay, good morning again. I want to express my sincere thanks to IPB and especially a good friend, so Professor Yandra, for inviting me from Singapore. I'm from the National University of Singapore. I'm actually the executive director of the Logistics Institute Asia Pacific, and we are housed at the National University. I prepared this presentation for you in line. Now, I'm not in agriculture or maritime, but I'm actually in supply chain management, and we have been actively engaged in looking at supply chains. Sorry. I think this one. And we've been actively engaged in looking at supply chains. So what I want to be sharing with you in a short time available is some of the technologies that we have embarked on in agriculture. Yeah. Now, as you know, if any of you know Singapore, we are a good neighbor of yours. Yeah. And this is my first time in Bogor, right? But not my first time in Indonesia. So my good friend actually invited me several times, but we always met in Jakarta. So thank you for hosting me so wonderfully today. I'm going to talk to you a little bit about innovative technology. Now, I'm having a little difficulty because I don't know who's going to drive my slides, but I certainly. Oh, okay. You're gonna let me do that. Okay. Thank you. So, now, am I meant to be pointing it at you? Okay. Here we go. All right. So. One of the important areas for us in Singapore is food security. Yeah? And when we talk about food security, we essentially are going to be speaking about food availability because we want to make sure that everything that we have ordered in a critical time is actually available. We want to have access because it's not just making it available, it's making sure it gets to where it's needed at the right time and the right quantity. We want to be able to ensure it's utilized effectively. We want to make sure throughout the supply chain that everybody achieves a fair price. And lastly, the stability of demand and supply must be maintained in any situation. So for us, this is very key. Now, if I delve deeper into the supply chain looks very simple as I have represented it here on my slide. But actually, in agriculture, it is very complex. And when we try to get engaged with all the stakeholders in any supply chain, it is fairly complex. Now, particularly so when you have such a varied markets across the world. Yes, so when we break down the supply chain, it's actually very simple to represent, but very complex to act on. And so we go from production all the way to retail. Now, the only point of contact we actually have as consumers is actually at the retail. So it's very apparent that what we see a high price or low price or inconsistent pricing is actually manifested at retail. But all the way throughout the supply chain, there has to be a fairness of distribution and a fairness of actually pricing, and that's very complex. Now, when I started to look at it, when I'm talking about the angle of food security, it's very important for us to understand what may cause instability in the supply chain, and there are many, many, many disruptive factors that we have to consider, going from natural hazards, economic fluctuations, and we are seeing that around us right now. I talk to so many companies across the world, and the supply chains are actually very dynamic, no longer stable. When we look at it, it's also operational failures caused by climate change or weather. We also see geopolitics entering into the equation that makes it very significant for us. So if a country like Singapore importing almost 90% of its food, this is very much of concern to us. So we have to design the technological systems in order to make sure there is a stability of supply and maintain a stability of demand too. So when I start to represent it in a supply chain format, going from the left-hand side of the screen up to the right-hand side of the screen, then we actually got to be able to detect something very important to us. And that's what we call food shocks. So if there's a shock or there's a disruption in the system, then the whole system is vulnerable. And that's very important for us. So if you just take the gray boxes from any commercial supply chain, this is very significant because that is a typical physical structure of a supply chain. But surrounding it, we have all of this, and every government that we talk to wants to emphasize in the boxes in the orange, and we heard that today too. Security, resilience, productivity, and sustainability. These are very big words for us to encompass, but very significant. If your supply chain is not resilient and cannot withstand the shocks, then it's vulnerable. And if it's vulnerable, not only at the demand stage, but also at the supply stage, then it's going to take a significant amount of time and effort to restabilize your supply chain. So we started to build technology, and we wanted to look for examples around our region that we could engage with. And fortunately for us, there's a lot of material produced by Indonesian universities on rice. So we took the open source material and we said, can we understand from a very complex supply chain like rice? You might think it's very simple, but it's actually very complex. If we can understand this, then we know that we can build solutions to enhance this supply chain and reduce its vulnerability. So if you look at the supply chain for rice, it looks quite simple, going from farmers to consumers, but it's actually got a number of challenges. And you just have to read this in the literature, and I've distilled this down into one slide, but it actually goes from the most important one from a supply chain perspective is that there's a limited amount of visibility. Because when we look at the full supply chain, so many actors, so many companies, so many organizations, so many rules and regulations that it could destabilize the supply chain. When we look at it again from a supply chain perspective, we have tremendous issues in distribution. And when I talk about distribution, all the way from the farm to the retail, especially if the country's geography is extremely complex. One of the things that you'll actually see here on the right-hand side of the slide is that there is particular areas in concern that doesn't really occur in the commercial side of supply chains, but in this side of supply chains, in the food supply chains, it occurs that there's a middleman dominance. And this middleman to us is a black box, yeah? So when I started with my team to map this out, we actually mapped it out from a point of view of stability, price, and availability. So what you're seeing here is from price. If you look at it from the supply chain perspective, going from the top of the screen right up to the bottom part of the screen, you can see it's not simple anymore. There are multiple agencies that are interacting. And again, if I do it for stability, you can actually see this again. So we mapped this out very significantly, and we said, how do all these boxes interact? And so in a short time, we started to build up and address what I have listed here as our gaps. Now, I don't have much time to go through all of this because I like to keep to time, but I'm going to go through some of it in particular. And one of it is understanding the dynamics of food production. And so when I start to delve into this, I'm delving it from three angles. The first, stability. Second, availability. And the other one is fairness. Because if you're not fair to the farmers, then they will actually change their mode of production or go to those that go to produce things that give them a higher rate of return. So you have to keep everybody happy within this supply chain. So we built a very complex simulation to understand the dynamics. Now, this makes a simple assumption that it's in control. It's not, yeah? So when I start to show you, I don't know if somebody there can hit the button. It's an animation. You can hit the button for me? Yeah. You go back. Okay, it's not playing, but it's actually, you can see the simulation. If you go back, slide, you can see the simulation. And then right on here, oops, sorry. I thought it was a laser pointer, sorry. Okay, so if you see on that side of the screen, there are sliders, yeah? So what we can do is that we can adjust what we want to produce, what is a good price, and what is going to be made available into the market. And then we can see how this whole system actually reacts, yeah? Now, it looks complex. We don't show this model. We show you this model through a series of dashboards. So what do those dashboards look like? Those dashboards look like this. So for example, if I wanted to see the full image of the supply chain of rice in Indonesia from open source material, I can pick up all the orange locations. And when I want to see the relationship that any producer has with its buyers, then I can actually look at the buyer-supplier relationships. What am I doing? I'm ultimately looking for the vulnerabilities in the system such that if any impact occurs, what is the total impact over the whole system? So we built these dashboards, and we have multiple dashboards that are very easy to manipulate because you have an image, and I'll show you that in a second. We have images there, and we have drop-down boxes that you can act as filters in order to make very harsh decisions on what should be fair, what should be available, and how to get the market back into a stable form. Now, it won't be fair for me to talk because Professor Yandra is here, and we have to use AI. Because when we use AI, then we want to bring AI into that picture to help us make better decisions. So when we look at AI, we want to create a spatial awareness, an awareness of how time affects the supply chain. And then we want to be able to simulate alternative scenarios based on the decisions that we think are appropriate. So it's not look back, it's look forward. And that's something that we really want to make sure that the decision we do today is going to impact tomorrow. So one of the things that we built is a very simple tool. It's not built yet, it's not completed, it's work in progress. And so we want to be able to play with impacts because we get our food from all over the world. So we want to be able to play with impacts on geopolitics, weather. We want to, so natural hazards that come up, or anybody trying to block us into because suppliers might have alternative demands that they might want to satisfy preferentially. So we have to make sure that we are monitoring on a dashboard consistently what are the impacts globally on our supply chain. So in short, this is actually called supply chain risk management. And we have started to work, we work with IPB, we work with so many other universities, and so some of the universities in Indonesia that we are doing work in halal so for meat is actually with UMM and UMY and expanding it across the network. So we work with universities because we want to be able to get their help to understand what's happening on the ground. So this is a halal supply chain that we have embarked on too, and I heard that mentioned today in the blockchain effort, and we invite the participation of the group to come in. Now, to close, what do all these things look like because we have to make sure that the information that we are representing makes sense to the individual decision maker. If you're a senior executive, you're going to be interested in very strategic aspects. If you're a logistician, you're going to be interested in very operational aspects. So if you show somebody like I showed you in the computer model behind, if you show them everything, it's too much noise. It will not help them make a decision. So we have to have role-based dashboards that help you reach decisions at different levels, but it is the same computer model at the back. So you will actually see this animations. If I go through, you'll see all of them actually working. Executives love that one because it's showing you how complex the trade relationships are and who you're doing trade with. Now, to close, everything I've said is complex, made simple, but we can make it simpler. So how do we make it simpler? We produce serious games. So if you are not wanting to get real data or real impact on the supply chain, but you want to learn about it, you can just click that code there, or you can scan that code, and you'll go to a rice game. So we produced a rice game to show everybody from a school kid right up to strategic decision makers how they play a role in the food supply chain. So with that short introduction, I wanted to, if you're interested, please go to our website, speak to our collaborators, but food security is important. It's at conferences like this that we meet each other, we build relationships and friendships. I know I have made a lot of new friends in just an hour or 2 hours. And I was going to explain a lot more to you, I'm happy to, but you got really good staff on the ground here in IPB. We can't come to Indonesia. We work through the universities in collaborations like what we've been doing on bananas too. Yeah, so we've been looking at different kinds of items. But remember, in food security, we are not monitoring all the food. We are monitoring that food items that are critical to survival, yeah, in an emergency. So we are not monitoring, the system is not designed to monitor all things. Otherwise, you can actually do that if you're a supplier to a supermarket, for example. But we are monitoring the critical items. It could be meats and proteins and things like eggs and things that we need in order to keep the population fed in an emergency. With that, I hand back to our excellence moderator. So thank you so much. And I thank you for the opportunity to share some insights with you. I'm here for the rest of the day. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor, for your insightful presentation. And also the time is around 18 minutes. The audience, I thought that I need to kindly remind, but Professor already knew it. Okay, for our next prominent speaker, Professor Seisi, please. Thank you. 20, Professor. 20 minutes. 20.
So, selamat pagi. Good morning. This is only what I know in Indonesia. So. And I just counted my schedule, and I've been to Bali only twice, but I've been to Bogor at least more than 10 times. So my visit to Indonesia is more scientific rather than touristic anyway. So anyway, very good to see you again. So a talk I provided is exactly the same as I provided for the webinar, which took place maybe 2 weeks ago. And I thought my task for this conference was completed that time, but just a few days ago, the organizer requested me to give a similar talk again. So, okay, so how many of you know what phenomics is? Raise your hand. Well, very few, right? Are you sure? Okay, so, some slide missing? Oh, this is, I'm sorry, this is, I think, the old slide. No? New one? But doesn't matter. Okay, so maybe you know about the genome. Okay, so the phenome, it's a representative phenomics, is the other side of genome, representing phenotypes. The phenotype means traits. Traits mean the height, weight, yield, flower numbers, or anything you can observe, or even something you cannot observe, like a photosynthetic rate or something else. Those things. Huh? Oh, this one, okay, good. So, phenome versus genome, and phenotyping versus genotyping. And the field of study for phenotyping is named phenomics versus genomics. You see that the genomics is a study about a genome, okay, the information about the DNA sequences. But phenomics is the study about the phenotypes, such as weight, yield, flowering time, anything you can observe, or even for the physiological conditions. Okay. So anyway, the phenomics is a kind of study for phenotyping, and the new study on the phenomics provides you several new things. You can, at the first step of the phenomics is the quantification of the traits. For example, I will show you some of the examples later, but the first one is the quantification of the trait. And also, it can replace very slow human, action for the phenotyping. For example, you need to count the number of the panicles arise. It takes a long time. But I show you that new technology can immediately provide you number of the panicles in the field, in a rice field, by using some technology. And also, the phenomics provides you kind of visualization of new trait with the sensors. And there are lots of benefits. First, it's can provide you very high efficiency of collecting traits, characteristics, data very efficiently, very quickly, huge amount. And actually, I said that the resolution of the observation by high throughput phenotyping much more dense in time and space, and the dimension of the observation it's much higher. Okay, many variables on the observation at one time. And also, the high throughput phenotyping provides you totally new traits. I'll show you some of the examples later. And like functional trait, including water use efficiency, radiation use efficiency, or typically photosynthesis, efficiency, etc., can be easy, not easily, but now can be observable by new approaches. And it can apply to several things. The first thing, imagine that in a smart farming, the tractors need some eyes to make some observation of the condition of the crop conditions. Then this phenomics technology, phenotyping technology can be used to make observation on the field conditions or crop conditions. And the second point is it can definitely accelerate breeding by using lots of traits very efficiently. And also, now we are finding that this phenomics, a new science, can push us to find new biological discoveries as well. Now, this is the figure to show you the number of the papers for the plant phenomics in last 30, 40 years. You see, in last 10 years, number of the papers, it was increased really rapidly, and maybe a few years ago it became plateau. Oh, the response is not really good. Okay, so I've been in this field, I have to say, more than 40 years, and this is my original first study I did in about 1990, and I wanted to replace the human visual judgment of the soybean breeders. They used to make some selection based on the type, shape of the plant, okay, or soybean individual plants. So I wanted to replace this one with a so-called computer vision at that time. That's almost 35 years ago. But I realized that that's really successful. The computer vision could replace, with the accuracy of higher than 95% of the human visual judgment. So I was quite convinced that this approach will work. I don't talk about the details, but anyway, quite successful even 35 years ago. And also, the second step I mentioned, that the first step of the plant phenomics is the quantification of trait. This is one of the guidebook for genetic resource evaluation in Japan, and this is the case for the sweet potato tuber shape, and the leaf shape and the flower shape. They are all not quantitatively, but qualitatively evaluated, which means that it is quite difficult for us to identify the position of the genes. But once we can quantify those traits, then we can, for example, a map of the position of the quantitative traits of the genes. So a lot of things done, like a shape of the soybean leaf, and we succeeded in finding out some QTLs of the leaf shape on the soybean, on the map, through this quantification. And also, even the flower patterns can be quantified. Okay? And also this, barley, showing some two images of the barley kernels. And you see some of the kernels are the wrinkles. And the wrinkleness is a very important trait for the beer. I don't think you Indonesian people drink beer, but anyway, it's a very good characteristic for the malt trait, malt quality. So someone needed to quantify the wrinkleness, but also we succeeded in that one quite many years ago. Anyway, this is the starting point of the modern phenomics. And now, lots of things in the last 10 years or 15 years are going on with the phenotyping studies. Now, we are replacing from the human things to the automation by using several things like UAV image sensors, etc. And I don't think I will talk about this kind of things, but I'm very sure that this kind of high throughput phenotyping can provide a rich trait information so that it is easier for us to make some model to predict the phenotype from genotype and environmental conditions. This is one of the final goals of the phenomics, actually, to make a model to predict the phenotype from the genomic and environmental conditions. And the second thing is, of course, phenomics can accelerate, support the smart farming, replacing the human eyes. In the farm management, there are 3 steps. First, the farmers make some observation in the field about the crop status and environmental condition, etc., and some stress. Then, based on the observation, they make some decisions. Then they go to the field again to make some management. So in conventional farming, everything is done by human empirical visual judgment, but in smart, in smart farming, the things are replaced by so-called new technologies provided by modern high-throughput phenotyping. Every steps can be replaced. Now, I just show you some of the list of the sensors, and not all, but many of the phenotyping technologies are supported by imaginary sensors, from the visual light RGB until lots of thermal infrared sensors, and even the chlorophyll sensors for photosynthetic evaluation. And also, the 3D reconstruction becomes much easier than before. I don't explain one by one, but now 3D reconstruction is becoming quite easy. I show you some of the examples. On the left top is detecting the green tomatoes and the green leaves. It was used to be not possible, but it became possible using some DNN. And the 3D construction in orchard becomes possible like this. And now we can evaluate each tree quite quantitatively. And also, if you can fly, this is not an animation, but the reconstructed 3D structure from the images collected by UAV images. We flew the UAV maybe every four or 5 days throughout the season, growing season, so that we can have that kind of this one very easy right now. Now, something I have to mention is that this high-throughput phenotyping can provide you totally new traits which were not observable by human before. One of the examples I show you is this. This is a kind of, okay, can you look at the curve on the right, and this a curve for the height and the canopy cover. And of course, it was possible, probably. One single observation was possible for human. Just do it in 1 or 2 days. But to make this kind of curve was almost impossible. You needed a lot of effort. But now it is quite easy to draw this kind of curves from the images collected by UAV. And now we understand that those curves are new trait. Time series curves are new trait. And those curves, heritability of those curves are very high. And also those curves determines the productivity as well. So these curves become new trait, which are not available before. Another thing is this is a kind of detecting of the panicles, rice panicles in this case. And now we can detect which time the flowering takes place in each of the panicles in rice. Okay, on the right-hand side. Okay, so now we can track every panicle automatically, so that which panicle flower, even in the same plot, the flowering timing is different among the individual panicles. But now we can track each of the panicle to identify the characteristics of those variables. And also by using this approach, we discover that the fertilization level determines the flowering timing very strictly. This is a kind of new biological discovery, which cannot be discovered by human visual judgment. See. Another thing is this uniformity. Okay, if you go to the field, the uniformity of the growing is different depending on the field or depending on the cultivars. But now this approach can give you the different uniformity. We also discovered that the uniformity is also genetically controlled. So this becomes a new trait. And also this uniformity is related, not highly, but somehow related, the yield of the cultivars. This is the case for wheat. And another thing is, what is this? This is the pruning. I think even for the tropical fruits, you have to conduct the pruning. And this is the case of the peach tree. And now, using this approach, we made a 3D reconstruction before pruning and after pruning, so that which branches were pruned by the farmers or experts, so that now we can, for example, we can make a new tech to guide the beginners how they should prune those things, because as you see that the pruning is not easy, but it becomes possible. And also this kind of statistics can be available, like annual and prune shoot angle distribution, or annual and prune shoot length distribution, etc. Now we still don't know how they reflect the yield or quality of the fruits, but yeah, we should understand the relationship between some agricultural benefit and this kind of characteristics. And I don't know, maybe how many do I have? Still? Still okay? So this, okay, so something I like to emphasize here is that the phenomics, yeah, we receive, I'm just editor-in-chief of one of the international journals for the plant phenomics, and we received many papers every day. But many of them never think of application, their proposals. But I believe that the phenomics can demonstrate its power only when it is really fully applied to some practical things like breeding or smart farming, etc. I show you one example. This is the case of the broccoli, harvesting timing. Okay, in this broccoli, each of the broccoli does not grow, homogeneously. The size is different. So that and also the price of the broccoli is determined by the size in Japan. So farmers have to go to the field every day to pick only the optimal size ones, okay? It's very, very laborious. So we don't like these kind of things in the smart farming approaches. So we recommend them to harvest all the broccoli at the same time. Then what they have to do is that they have to have the optimal size distribution to make the benefit maximum, okay? So to do this, what we did was to track the size of the broccoli every day. Not every day, but once you... Okay, so now our technology can track, identify every broccoli in the field. In this field, I think maybe 10,000 broccolis in this field, but we can track every broccoli and identify every broccoli, and we can estimate the size, even though the part of the broccoli is occluded by leaves. Then, with this approach, we combine the growth model of the broccoli size. So once we make observation by flying the drone in one day, then we can predict the size growth in coming 2 weeks, so that we can identify the best timing of the harvest. And finally, we have the kind of the predicted size distribution, then to determine. We realize that this approach, the farmers can increase the benefit, even 20%, if you do not miss the most optimal timing. In other words, if you miss the timing, they lose the 20% benefit just in one day. So I like this kind of study, okay? So to do this kind of things, most important thing is most of the studies are somehow anyway based on the AI, which means that we need big data. Okay, and this is one of the very good examples of the international collaboration about the wheat head detection. So they wanted to count the number of the wheat ears, okay, and if you develop a model by using only his data or of single cultivar or something else, the model cannot be general. But now, I don't know, more than 20 or 10 groups of the different countries just got together, that they brought their own data. And finally, we had a huge data set. And this project was very successful, and by collecting data, and finally we could have a very good model to count the number, and a very, very general model to applicable to every different, growing condition, growing different cultivars, etc. And this project was followed by rice project as well. Now people just succeeded in collecting rice data as well. And now many things are going on with this approach. This is a very beautiful result of the international collaboration. Another thing I have to mention that we do have to to utilize historical data. In agriculture field, we can collect only one data from one field, okay? If you like to have 20 replications, you have to wait for another 20 years to accumulate the data set. But it's not for young people, okay, but the older people like me, no, we can wait for 20 years to collect the accumulation data set. So what we can do is to go back to the history. There are lots of data is available now. Of course, much of data is not digitized, but now the AI can help us a lot for the digitization. So now we are going to the agricultural stations, experimental stations to get the data there. And once we can get a big data, so we are very sure that we can have lots of good benefits from this operation. Another thing I have to mention is that data platform to share data for the collaboration, etc. This is one of the examples from Japan, a system called WAGRI, which can provide, this kind of WAGRI platform can provide how do you say, it's a homogeneous access, providing some APIs that people can access to some heterogeneous data set once they understand the API, and they can develop data with this approach, and this is also very helpful. And so there are still lots of challenges in phenomics. I don't say maybe we need a foundation model instead of making some specific models, and 3D modeling, root phenotyping is still difficult, etc. But many things we have to do. Okay. Now, okay. Finally, what I like to mention here that AI, even for some of the studies I talked about this morning, use AI a lot. So-called AI covers many things, but it uses a lot. But now AI changing something a lot. This is science as well. This is a paper published in archive in Cornell University last summer, not this summer. The title of the paper is AI Scientist. And they showed us that AI can plan experiment, plan kind of design research, and plan experimental design, analysis, everything, and even including review. And they cycle this review so that they finally made a paper which is acceptable by the high-end journal automatically. So what we have to do, this paper is very interesting. And also, just last month, the Stanford University, a group of people from the Stanford University held open conference for AI agents for Science 2025. This is very interesting. Only the paper by AI is acceptable. And the papers are reviewed by the AI. They saw, they wanted to observe what's going to happen. This is very interesting. Okay, something different. So yeah, and lots of discussion about AI nowadays, including scientists as well. But I'm very sure that AI is changing science as well. But what we have to do is how to utilize them maximally to realize the better world anyway. Yeah, we have to utilize them. They have some power anyway. Yeah, we don't need to fight with them, I think. Yeah, we should have to fight that. And yeah, it's very, very powerful. And final thing I'd like to show you, also which is supported by AI, the humanoid. Yeah, nobody believes that the human is becoming real in this decade, but it's becoming something possible. And I'm very quite sure that the apple picking will become possible by humanoid maybe in a few years. Something different happening here. Okay, so I think this is the end of my call, and skip summary, and I skip this one. So we have, okay, so tomorrow morning, I think, I'm not very sure about the time, we are going to organize a special session on phenomics tomorrow morning. So if you're interested, still, I don't know about probably starting at 8. I'm not very quite sure. Maybe you should contact the organizer, but so there are maybe 2 or 3 special sessions tomorrow morning, I guess. And yes, we are going to organize some special session to start a new group in Asia Pacific region for plant phenomics. Okay, thank you very much. Terima kasih.
Thank you, Professor Sesi Ninomia, for such a great knowledge sharing and insightful on plant phenomics. Now, our next speaker, Professor Kudang Boro Seminar, the time is yours.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Moderator. I want to thank all the attendants here. I would like to present my talk about the recommendation of foods for specific person. I'm just realized that each person has the appropriate food that it's required by him. It depends on his sex, his height, weight, age, and also the disease, especially the non-communicable disease. So I would like to explain how an intelligent decision support system using a precision nutrition approach for selection of food and beverages in Indonesia restaurants. Okay, we usually eat and drink everything according to our preferences. Usually fast food, cheap food, and easy to eat, and quick to be prepared. We don't care about how is our body required some calorie and nutrition which is matched with our food. So that's why I'm thinking it is the place for us to have research on this. Yeah. Okay, hopefully it works, yeah? Hopefully. Okay. This is the research team. It is transdisciplinary approach. We have Professor APFITA from Nutrition Department, Professor Nugraha for Food Science, Dr. Kalisa from Computer Science, Brunang Aslinegron from IT, and also the owner of the restaurant, Angga Dwi Krishna Jaya, and our students. Okay, I would like to start with the background. Well, the impact of diet and lifestyle, it's also worsening our system of eating. Yeah, we don't care about the food because we don't understand what is the content of calorie and nutrient in that food, and we eat. Sometimes it increases your blood pressure, it increases your disease in a certain aspect, and this lifestyle really related with disease, yeah, of course. And the role of nutrients in health is very important. That's why we learn about nutrition. We have to see how food is suitable for somebody. And this all is related to the role of nutrients in health. So nutrient is very important to know and understand various of foods, beverages, yeah, cakes, main foods, rice or maize or many things, yeah. And this is relating to the individual selection of food, yeah. So the importance of nutritional composition technology and system and food selection is important because human is should be burdened with the remembering all the calorie and protein contents and caloric nutrient content of the foods. So we again we use the GA approach, genetic algorithm, as part of AI, and Professor Yandra and me write a book on this, the application for industry. Okay. So we know that the vital need of food, the food is source of energy. It is source of nutrition, and that's why it is for survival of men or women. So the problem, the increasing diversity of foods creates more difficulties in choosing healthy foods. So the more diverse the foods, the more difficult to choose the food because we don't remember. And the second, meanwhile, choosing food that suits personal nutrition needs is not well understood by the general public. So that's why we eat what we think it is good for us. Yeah. And the third one, limited knowledge of person about the nutritional content of various type of foods. And the last one is eating habits. This all will neglect all the health aspects and triggering various disease vulnerabilities. So the research goal is developing a smart and precise system for selecting and recommending typical Indonesian food for specific consumer and restaurant using smart and precision nutrition principles. So if there is nutrition agriculture, there is precision agriculture, there is also precision nutrition. It is very important knowledge in food processing. Yeah? Okay, so the novelty of this research is that it is developing healthy food conscious and caring ecosystem with the help of smart and user-friendly food selection. Considering restaurant diversity and addition of food and consumer diversity to help consumers choose the best food at specific restaurants with a precision nutrition concept. So this is our novelty. Okay, so this is our partner in our research, the Karimata Restaurant and Great Sentul. Karimata Restaurant has been operating for 25 years. So it's such a long time. It has two branches in Bogor and Jakarta. Especially, it is the main menu of the foods available in Karimata. Okay, what we are trying to solve actually? We have consumers, it has variability. We have foods, it has variability. And the problem, we had restaurant. You can't pay attention of the restaurant Padang for a chef of rendang, for example. It will call rendang, but they have different recipes for rendang. So this is the problem with different restaurants. Okay, so we have to deal with these three variabilities. And that's why we have to have a solution of creating a system that guides a person to choose the best food for him. Okay. So this is our architecture of the system. The first time, the research has been 3 years. The first year we were developing the model of selecting food and beverages using GA. This has been done 3 years ago. And there is a database about the food, kinds of variety of the composition of the foods. And then there is also consumers and also the restaurant owner. So the restaurant can enter the menu that he provides and consumer enter the information of the age and also the height of the book. And the system will find which food is approaching the requirement of the nutrition and calorie. So we can give a recommendation. Okay. So this is actually the genetic algorithm that we use. We use a chromosome and genes, and instead we have operation like tournament selection, crossover mutation, and finally we produce the foods which are the best for somebody. It cannot exactly, but it's close to what they required by the consumer. So very easy model structure. We have a chromosomes, and it is consists of genes. The first gene contain meat food, sides, vegetables, and drinks. So we have 32 menus of side dishes, main food, and 27 food for vegetables, and fat drinks consist of 25 menus. So totally 75. So we cannot space it between side dish, vegetables, and drinks. We have to combine together and compute the total calorie and nutrition. So we compare with the requirement of the nutrition by somebody. So basically we store in this we have a Gen 5 until 13, store the energy contained in kilocalorie, protein, lipid, carbohydrate, natrium, chocolate, mufa, and SWA, saturated fat acid. So we store it. For example, rice, grilled protein with soy sauce, vegetable tofu, and so on. We have the number of the content of the calorie and many things. So using the operator of GA, finally we can find what are the main food side dish, vegetable and drinks, which is suitable for somebody. So it's easy. If we play with GA, we know there is a fitness function, the function that shows how fit your selection for yours. So actually, with this genes, we can combine like this. We know all the nutrition contents, and we can find the number and the total of the nutritions, and we divide between SA divided by SED. So this division will produce a value which is the higher, it is showing the higher priority of food. So we see at the red rectangle, is this the highest fit, yeah, between rendang, sate ayam, soto Betawi, gado-gado, and nasi goreng, fried rice. We have the red one is the highest, so that's priority number 1. And the blue one is the lowest, so it's at priority 5. Okay, so we implement now in calorie requirement. We have a man and woman has differences and basal metabolic rate. So this is the menu in the Karimata. We have only recommend 10 food plus vegetables plus drinks, and this is from the highest recommendation to the lowest one. So it's up to the consumer to choose between 10, or he can choose beyond this 10. Because this is the first system in Indonesia, we cannot force somebody. It is going to suffer somebody if we force with selection, yeah? Yeah? Oh, okay, thank you. Yeah, this is the 10 of the menus. And we know that the user of the system has many and cannot predict how many consumer comes to the restaurant. So each consumer is processed using computation of genetics. So if we use only a serial system, we have something like the orange line. So the number of concurrent requests higher and the response time going higher. But we use parallel programming and it's produced more stable response time. Okay. And this is the recommended fetch rate, which has been implemented in prototype. And they know the figure of the each of the recipes and the menu, and you can select of that. And also, we can know the price and everything about the content of the food, so that the consumer understand why he should eat something. This is the best calorie and nutrient content for him, for her. Yeah. And this is also the study of the user impressions of the consumers in the Karimata restaurant. And this is also the creation recording. And we know that the user seems to like it, even they don't get used to it. Yeah. But they like because they understand now why we have to eat, that we have pay attention to what we eat. So we remember, consume the food as your medicine, but don't consume medicine as your food. Yeah. It's dangerous. Consume medicine as food. Okay. Okay, this conclusion. So actually, an intelligent system, as is discussed by Professor Yandra and the other speakers today, is very important for selecting the best food for user, even though we have variability. And the system employ precision agriculture principle, precision nutrition and artificial intelligence using GA to perform the best pattern matching for food selection and also for the beverage. So we think that with this operation of GA, we can think the food for special person in the hospital or in the place where we have to help people in with certain disease. We have to create certain food without no name, yeah, with no name. So we can create a food with certain calorie and nutrition which suitable for him. That's why in the hospital the food is not suitable, yeah, it's not delicious. So this is our plan, and we still don't capture with genetic genetic properties of somebody, because the genetic will respond to a sugar, for example, differently with different genetic properties. So we haven't used that. So in the future, we would like to employ genetic system, genomic data for selecting the food. Yeah. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Prof. Kudang, for a great sharing on how to select food. Yeah. And the last for Professor Rianarto Sarno, I'd like to invite to the stage. Okay, thank you. Prof. Rian, now is the time for you.
Okay, so Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Yeah, so before lunch, so I'm the last speaker, last but not least, I hope, and you still have enough power waiting for lunch. Okay, so I will talk about, could you go to the next up? This one. So there are several terms here. The first one is agentic AI. It is new. Brand new, agentic AI, not only AI, but agentic AI. The second one is blockchain. The third one is ERP. The fourth one is supply chain. So excuse me, still mixed with Indonesian language. Okay, so I'm doing how is the gap of the research in this area? Because it is still open problem, so we can collaborate to work together to do research. I'm happy for the collaboration. Okay, please, next. Okay, so this is the systematic literature review, so you know the situation, the news of the problem. Okay, next. This is the overview about the landscape of the research. There are many papers about blockchain, about the trend of the AI. Okay, next. Okay, and then what I've been doing is I developed ERP, big application. You know the most expensive ERP is, do you know? The brand of the SAP, yeah, the most expensive, could be billion of rupiah. And then, but there is also the free ERP. And I developed also ERP since 2010. I developed ERP, and then it is for small and medium enterprises, especially the accounting system. Excuse me. Excuse me. Okay, so my ERP is used for small and medium enterprises. And then now the ERP, especially for the supply chains, I introduce also integrated with blockchain. And also several modules integrated with agentic AI. So let's see, okay, next. So this is the state of the art. So agentic AI in ERP. SAP also developed several agentic AI for their application. So for example, collaborative agent, cross-function, autonomous decision accuracy, cross-departmental synergy system. And also next for multi-layer blockchain architecture. Usually blockchain is one global one application, and now we develop several layers to improve the accuracy and also the security. And the next is combination between AI blockchain. That's what, this one is everybody and also industry try to develop this one, combining AI and blockchain for several applications, could be ERP, part of ERP supply chain, etc. Okay, this is still new application and new effort for this one. Next. Okay, this the several company use the application. Okay, and then continue. Next. This is the emerging technology, also combined with IoT. And regarding IoT with AI, because this one is about pertanian, agriculture, I also try, Pak Gudang, now I'm doing research about palm oil, mill effluent, limbah kelapa sawit. So the palm oil mill effluent, it's I monitor, I implement IoT to monitor the pome, but also doing intervention, doing treatment. So we put microalgae inside the pome. So the objective is to optimize the bioremediation of the microalgae, because microalgae can contain lipid and also the biomass. So we can use it for energy or food for animal. So this is the current that I'm still doing it. Okay, this is a combination between IoT and also AI, but not yet blockchain. But next year I think I will try to include blockchain. Okay, next. Okay, this several application, but for the right part, that is for ERP, we are doing research in this case, some part. Okay, next. Okay, this is an application of blockchain for sea cargo and logistic, and some part we are doing research with collaboration with South Korea from Busan University. Okay, next. This is the gap of the research, because we identify the gap so we can improve, we can develop the contribution, and we hope the novelty contribution. And usually in our research, we have two aims. The first one is for the publication, of course, publication for high quality, Q1 or high percentile, but the second one is also patent. Yeah? Property, intellectual property right, patent. So because we hope that we can implement our research in the industry. Two things, the objective of the research. Okay, the next one is the interoperability and also data privacy, because we use blockchain to improve the security. And then the next, and also the standard or the framework. Because when we combine AI and blockchain especially, there is difficulty to develop the standard for that one. So, because right now there's no standard and everybody develop the network. Okay, next. Okay, there's several gaps. Let me continue because of time. Next. Okay, basically with the agentic AI, we try to search, obtain some parts in ERP which require autonomous decision. And then more difficult if the autonomous decision is multi-agent collaboration. Okay, this is more difficult. Okay, next. Okay, but quantum safe. The computation requires a long time. So in this case, we need quantum computer to solve the computation. Okay? So the problem is in Indonesia, we don't have quantum computation, quantum computing, and then if IBM developed the quantum computation, and then we ran from IBM, but expensive. The cost for using the quantum computing. So usually we do the simulation first. When the simulation is done, the accuracy is good, the precision is okay, and then we use the quantum computer from IBM. Next. Okay, this is also federated learning and blockchain. This is also new. Okay, this is new. Because how to distribute the training for the AI, and also later we use it for blockchain. Okay, the next. Next. This is not yet. I have not done the cyber analysis. This is the emerging research, so I'm doing some part. Because this one could be the topic for more than 15 doctorate degree. So all the gap here, so all could be more than 15 doctorate degree. So what I'm doing right now is still 5 doctorate degree. So there are still more open problems. So there are friends from Ethereum, from other countries want to join. Okay, welcome. Okay, the direction of the research, and also using reinforced learning to optimize the calculation between cost and computing time. Usually there is trade-off. If the computing time is fast, but the cost is high. If I use quantum computing, the cost is high, but the time is fast. So there's the trade-off. So we have to calculate using reinforced learning. Okay, next. This is several research for the supply chain, like the previous presenter have discussed, for logistic, for other application, many things we can do. And several years, starting 2020, I got funding from Health, Minister of Health, also for doing research for health application. Okay, next. Okay, I pass this one. Next, methodology for the research. This is the recommendation. Okay, we continue. Excuse me. This is in Indonesian. This is what I said, open problem for doctorate degree and also could be for magister degree. Several optimization problem could be used. This one, there are 2 requirements. The first one is good in mathematics because optimization, and the second one is good in programming. Could be Python. So to develop this kind of optimization. Next. Also smart contract security. This one we can use blockchain. Okay. Next. Data integration. This for IT, data integration. Because if we distribute like agentic AI, and then we are having problem with the distributed database. So how to distribute the data? Okay, and also in AI and also IoT, the data is not structured. The data sometimes semi-structured and unstructured. If we use IoT, the data is semi-structured, but if we are using language like LLM, the data is unstructured. So combining between semi-structured and unstructured data, it takes effort for the integration. Okay, so this recommendation for change management model. This is the governance structure. So sometimes we want to develop the procedure for the governance. Okay, this I expect the research could contribute for autonomous multi-agent framework for blockchain-enabled business process management notation, BPMN. The second one, formal verification of AI blockchain workflow. So the workflow, usually from IT people, just they are doing trial and error. Run and then maybe error or maybe there is a bottleneck. But what I propose here, we are doing formal verification using mathematics and also like Petrinet, formal analysis. Okay, time is finished. So formal verification and then also hybrid formal approach between formal and practical. This is the example of the architecture of the multi-agentic AI. Oh, small. Okay, so basically also doing research for forecasting, prediction, using panel data for could be the price of palm oil and also the price of sugar because the price of sugar is not easy to predict because can use the time series data, also cross-section data, and also several regional data. Okay, this is a critical question for the research. Okay, I think my time, this is basically like machine learning model compared to agentic AI, the fundamental difference. The interaction is different. Machine learning, traditional, isolated function, agentic AI, collaborative. Okay, so the gap between isolated and collaborative. Content awareness, machine learning traditional, limited to training data. But for the agentic AI, could be learning from new data. So could be semi-structured or unstructured data. And also sometimes we use generative AI because most of the time the data is not balanced. Like IoT, several sensors, the data not many, so unbalanced data. So we use generative AI to balance the data. Okay, I think I stop here. So basically the conclusion, because my time, is I like to open in this case for research the gap of innovation. We can combine blockchain, AI, especially agentic AI, not one big application, but small part for the autonomous system. And also we can implement into ERP or supply chain. So I think that's the conclusion of my talk. And then later we can discuss further. Thank you very much. And excuse me because my presentation mixed with Indonesian language. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Professor Yan. So, yeah, hopefully the audience still stay with us, still awake and also conscious. Yeah. So just now I just reminded that we only have one question for all the speakers, and please state your name and affiliation before raising the question. Just one question only from the audience, please. Yeah, Pak, please, Pak. Yeah.
the presentation was very interesting. Now we are all here in Indonesia, know that there is a what we call halal and haram, what you call law, but for nutrition content, it is applicable, as far as my understanding, is in a hospital, but not in the public restaurant. Would it be legally possible? It is imposed in the public foods and drinks restaurants. It's my second question. And then third question is to Sesi Ninomiya-san. The presentation was really shocking me because plant phenotypics is very relevant to us, especially with regard to the problem of Java. I remember about the quinoa, which my understanding is pseudo cereals, which can replace the rice. Then my question is, would it be possible the quinoa, sorry if I'm mistaken in saying this one, to be implemented in Indonesia? And based on your understanding, is there any efforts to start this research? Then my last questions to Professor De Souza. It is very interesting to me that Singapore is extremely very limited in land for planting. Now my questions is that their vegetable, fruits and everything are imported, and many of them comes from Indonesia. Then my question is, what are the strengths of Indonesian suppliers as compared to other suppliers? For example, from Thailand, from ASEAN countries. And then I would also ask the last one, what should Indonesian suppliers make betterment in order to become more competitive? Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Pak Bintoro, for all the speaker. I think the question, yeah. Prof. Rian, would you like to answer the first one? Thank you.
Yes, thank you for the question. So it seems that we can collaborate, Pak, in the future. Because if you see the roadmap, if you have implemented the ERP, for example, or supply chain, use supply chain technology, you can implement agentic AI. So the problem with agentic AI is how to optimize or how to modularize AI. So if you have one AI application, so how to divide into smaller modules? That's the first problem. So usually a programmer, they subjectively divide the application, also divide the, for instance, LLM, divide. But how optimize the size? So we are having a problem with, usually we call it granularity optimization. In the implementation of the agentic AI, we can use microservice. Okay, so combining between, when we implement into the software development, agentic AI, and then we implement using microservice. If we are using microservice, we are having with data. how to distribute the data. So one of the reasons we are using agentic AI and also microservice in the implementation is, if one application is down, other application still alive. So if you have one big application, one down, and then you cannot use the application. But if you separate into 10 modules, if one application does not work, the other 9 still working. So this is also one of the reasons to increase the reliability of the system. Okay, so I think the roadmap, so if you need the application of supply chain management, so and then we can implement AI, and then the next step is agentic AI. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Prof. Rian. For Prof. Kudang, please.
Very interesting question, yeah. We know that halal and food is for informing you this is the food is lawful and unlawful. So we don't care about healthy problem. The problem, if you talk about halal food or lawful food, you will think all the food is suitable for us. This is not answered yet. That's why when I was asked by the publisher in food science, frontier science, in Indonesia, is there any kind of system? No, not yet. So, according to me, it is very important to implement in the public, because before we enter the hospital, we have to know what is the cause of your disease. The lifestyle, eating style, eating habit, the wrong choice of food, and understanding of the content of the calorie and nutrient of food. So this is the things that we look to educate people. Yeah. So by this, it is important to have this in the public. And we have the people from nutritionists, from food science and technology. We would like to know whether they are concerned to this, and they are very interesting to this, because it is hard to find a body that give a certification to what's so-called healthy food. But in abroad, we have many laboratories that already checks all the nutrients and calorie very detailed. Yeah. So I think it is your question. I'm very optimistic that this must be introduced. And hopefully we have one partner from Karimata, yeah, and this is increasing our belief that it can be implemented in other restaurants. Thank you.
Thank you, Prof. Kudang. For the next one, Prof. Sesi.
Yeah, okay. Actually, I didn't understand your question very clearly, but was it about the kind of the potential of the similar study in Indonesia, you mean?
Yeah.
Okay. So, yes, my answer is yes. The major reason why is that still the tropical crops, the tropical fruit trees have been untouched in this field. So you have lots of materials. You have to make some researches on. So you see, actually the technology is available everywhere now. Lots of software and the tools available freely on the GitHub or anywhere else. And once you find that some necessity of the phenotyping for your particular crops, then you can apply it. And because, as I mentioned, many of the tropical crops or tropical fruit trees, etc., and have not been, and even tropical forest. Okay, the forestry is also one of the target of phenomics, plant phenomics, and as long as I know, that part hasn't been fully studied in plant phenomics, etc. So again, my answer is yes, very high.
Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Sesi Ninomia. And the last one, Professor Robert.
You asked a couple of interesting points. I wanted to emphasize to you, I wasn't talking about it from the Singapore angle. I'm talking about it as a researcher. It could be any supply chain anywhere in the world. You asked about suppliers and what they should do. I am in the supply chain, so suppliers are one stage of the supply chain, and there are multiple stages. If any one of those stages fail, it makes the supply chain vulnerable and more or less resilient. Yeah? So what can a supplier do? Not from a Singapore, Indonesia standpoint, that can be very complex. Yeah? But what can a supplier do? If a supplier can actually be a dependable, reliable supplier, to the next stage of the supply chain, then that makes the supply chain more productive, more dynamic, more or less vulnerable. Remember, I was talking about what we are trying to do is three perspectives: stability, fairness, and availability. Yeah? So all the actors in the supply chain, and I emphasize that what I was talking about was not your normal supply chain, but supply chains in the time of a crisis. And I emphasize that I'm not talking about all the suppliers, I'm talking about a critical number of items that are essential to survival. Okay? So if you take those, what does that do to price? What does that do to demand? What does that do to supply? So we don't actually go and say, what should a supplier do? We're looking at the vulnerability of a supply chain as it stands today. Is it able to withstand shocks? And if it's not able to withstand shocks, then what should we do to make it more robust? And if we are going to do that, how can we play out alternative scenarios? The alternative scenarios could be geopolitics, weather, whatever or natural disasters. So we put that through the supply chain to stress test it. Where do we get this from? This is what we did with banks to make sure that they can withstand a financial shock. That's what we're doing, making supply chains more robust, not necessarily making any one stage more robust than the others. Yeah? Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Robert De Souza, and also I'd like to thank you, Pak Bintoro. Do you have? Oh, is it? Hello? The time is still, we have one more? Yeah, please. Just one more.
Thank you very much for the four speakers. They were very, very interesting in their own right, but they had one central theme I wanted to discuss. Three of the speakers specifically talked about complexity, or as we say, complexitas, or karumitan, or whatever. But one of the things is that I ask, if you've got complexity in all of these different potential systems, where do we sit in terms of data, in terms of the quality of data, and in terms of the standardization of data? We have four different aspects. How do we bring this together? My question to everyone.
Okay, thank you, Prof. Okay, who's going to answer first? Yeah, Prof. Rian. Yeah, the complexity and the data.
Okay, this is difficult to answer. The complexity, time complexity especially, the formal analysis, many people do not like it. Big O, big theta, okay? But it is compulsory for computer science. Okay, as I explained, there are two things: time complexity or storage complexity. Yeah? The time complexity for the AI, it is heuristic. In some problem, it is exponential. It's like traveling salesman problem, exponential. And AI problem, in this case for supply chain, there are many problems are exponential. So we are using heuristic like AI depends on the training data set. Sometimes if the data set does not include the whole set of the problem, they are not smart enough. Because sometimes the data set is limited and not all the permutation of the problem, so they are not smart. AI, but not smart. So if we can train the data, if we can train AI using all the permutation, not combination, but permutation of data set, they will be smart enough. But not easy to get the complete whole permutation of the data set. It's not easy. Why? Because AI try to accommodate real life problem. For instance, language. In language, so many combination and permutation. That's the problem. Sometimes we train for the LLM, large language model, we train using several data, and the researcher forgot. I asked, okay, you are using sentence or phrase? Sentence, okay. Passive or active? Forgot. Oh, I use, because I know data set, he used all active sentence, okay? And during the exam, I check, okay, try passive sentence, does not work. Okay, this is the complexity. So there are two things, computation, most of the problem, heuristic, use heuristic because it is exponential. And the second, storage complexity, not many analysis for the storage complexity. Because sometimes, most of the time includes semi-structured and unstructured data. Okay, thank you. Many other problems in this area. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. In my system, I have to research the similar research. I also develop tools that can nearly real time to calculate the nutrition content like nitrogen, kalium, phosphor, magnesium, and micronutrient in oil palm. And based on that calculated nutrients, I can recommend the best fertilizer to that crop. So I come to the human. Human also requires something that's important. So I think in this case, in this my problem, the really critical thing is the data, because in my case for the food, the data about the foods provided by each restaurant must be provided. And the problem, when you enter the food from the restaurant, sometimes the restaurant does not know the content of calorie and the nutrients. So there must be a nutritionist that involved in that and maybe validate the computation of the content of the calorie of the nutrition. So I think in here, the data is very complex. So the complexity is one of the pillars of the VUCA, vulnerability, yeah, and also complexity and also uncertainty. So complexity, also the model, but the complex in the data is really important because it must be complete. I read several research on the nutrition. They don't use the inspection of nutrition content, but they use, for example, computer vision. If the color of the foods, red or brown, what content it might be. So it is approach to that content. But we really know the content of the food by storing in the genes, and that one is really a data that we have to compute. But after the data, the complexity is the algorithm for selecting the best food. If the number of foods are many, it's increasing the time. As I use you, without the parallel processing, we have a very bad performance because the number of users increase, the response time increase. But having the parallel system, it remains stable. So in this case, in my case, the data is very critical. And I think the complete data give more understanding to the system. Thank you very much.
Okay, so I'm just standing at a little bit different, position. But okay, regarding complexity, yeah, they are related to kind of social things very much. In my case, it's a kind of pure plant science, and as you know, the plant system is very, very complicated. And For example, in Japan, we have a quite long history of rice science, rice studies, more than 150 years after the modernization. And I think several 100,000 researchers have been involved in rice science, but still no one can explain the rice growth and things completely in reduction way, see. So we have to do a lot of things. But I would say that one of the final goals of plant phenomics is to fully understand plant functions. Because genomic information is somehow simple, okay? Just basically based on the DNA sequences, quite simple. And of course, now we have to think of epigenome and other things altogether, but still much simpler than phenotypes. So once we know about the phenotypes very, very nicely, then we can make a model to predict, as I mentioned, to predict the phenotype based on genotypes and environmental conditions, including very complicated microbiome and some things. I think they're so complicated. So, well, we have to fight with them to understand the things. And so the second point about the standardization, yes, as I mentioned, the standardization, I mean, kind of standardize the platform because in the AI era, the data scale is, leading in the science. So we do have to have a quite huge data set to advance. And to make the data big, we have to integrate lots of data. For the integration, the data standardization is very important. But myself, yes, I understood that this importance. I have been involved in like core data or RDA, Research Data Alliance, and recently Ag-Gateway, and also now ISO started discussion about the data standardization for food system. And they started working group T, technical committee 347, something else. Also, I've been involved partially there, but I don't think they are going to be really successful because things are so complicated that the standardization won't be possible. But still, I'm quite optimistic because we need kind of very orthogonally good-looking data set to do something else. But once we have a good metadata, we don't need that kind of arrangement at all. So I think one of the most important things is to provide good metadata rather than thinking of standardization. That's a point I'd like to mention here. Thank you.
I know we are almost out of time, so I'm just going to be very brief. I love your question because there's a nice difference between complex and complicated. Yeah, a supply chain data is not necessarily complex, it's complicated. Yeah, so, but the complexity comes in from not, the unknown unknowns that actually influence our supply chains of today. Something suddenly comes in as a disruptive factor and it doesn't fit into neat little equations to put it in. But I don't believe the supply chain data is necessarily complex. It's moving in a singular direction from origin to destination, but has multiple options to go through. That makes it complex. But there's a fine line between complex and complicated. And I think that's a good question, sir. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you for the question, Dr. David. Yeah, it's also because of the time that we already have at the moment, and I'd just like to wrap up about the talk. Just right now, we had the first one from Professor Robert de Souza talking about the connected, resilient, and sustainable supply chain to fulfill the demand or whatsoever happening during the hard time or something that maybe we have no idea in the future. And the second one about the plant phenomics, about the current and future for more productive and sustainable agriculture, even though that we know last time when we had this pandemic, every countries they they try to solve their own problem about the agriculture and the productive yield. And this one of talk by Professor Sesi Ninomia. The third one from Professor Kudang Boro Seminar about the food precision. This one actually happening every time for each of us. Even after this we go outside and we have to select what kind of food that we'd like to eat, and we have no idea what we are eating and what the nutrients we need. And the last one from Professor Yanarto Sarno about the about the agentic AI and blockchain for ERP, and also there are some room for improvement about the research, and this one I think very interesting for us, especially in the academic in informatics. That is to wrap up the talk. And the last one, I'd like to thank you to our prominent speakers again, and on behalf of our organizing committee, would like to thank you Professor Robert De Souza, Professor Sesi Ninomia, Professor Kudang Boro Seminar, and Professor Yanarto. And by this time, I end the session. Thank you everyone for the participant, and thank you for the committee as well. I'd like to return this time to the moderator. Thank you, and please give a big applause.
Thank you very much. Please give applause to our prominent speaker and also our great moderator. So we're moving to the next agenda. It's a token of appreciation. So for the other prominent speaker, please stand up, and also I give the honor to Professor Yandra Arkeman to give the token of appreciation to all of the prominent speaker. Can the committee help Professor Yandra? From Prof. Yanarto. Please give applause for Professor Robert. Next for Professor Stacy. Please give applause for Professor Sesi Ninomia. Next for Professor Kudang. Please give applause, Professor Kudang. Next for Professor Yanarto. Thank you, Professor Yanarto. Okay, we will. Okay, we will have a group photo session. So for all the prominent speakers and moderator and also Prof. Yandra, please we will take a group photo session. Please the committee help to all of the prominent speaker. Prof. Sesi Ninomia, please all of the speaker. Okay. After this, okay, we will take a group photo session. Please look to the camera. Give your best smile in 1, 2, 3. Once more, 1, 2, 3. Okay, awesome. Thank you very much. Please give applause to our prominent speaker and also our moderator, Professor Dr. Irman Hermadi, PhD. Okay, thank you very much for your attention, guys. We will have break time until 2 p.m. So after 2 p.m., please gather again in this room because we still have a very interesting prominent speaker, and please enjoy your lunch. Thank you very much. And for all the prominent speaker, please come join us to the VIP room because the lunch is provided to the VIP room. Thank you very much.
IPB berkembang, memperluas cakrawala keilmuan dari bidang pertanian hingga ke berbagai bidang keilmuan lainnya, menjawab tantangan masa depan. Sejak awal, IPB University berkomitmen teguh menciptakan nilai berkelanjutan bagi masyarakat dan bangsa. Dan di tengah perkembangan global yang pesat, kami hadir sebagai ruang bersemainya gagasan, inkubator inovasi, dan arena kolaborasi tanpa batas. Berawal dari pendidikan, disinilah benih-benih masa depan disemai. Dari ruang kuliah hingga laboratorium. Dari sawah hingga lautan. Kami menyiapkan generasi tangguh, berjiwa pemimpin, berwawasan luas, dan berintegritas. Melalui proses pembelajaran yang inovatif,